how the surface treatments influence not only the protection of artwork, but also the visual appearance and artistic expression. I will also explain how modern technologies, such as hydrophobic coatings, connect science and art. Brooke. Surface treatments or layers are applied to the surface of artwork. The traditional purpose is to protect the surface, to protect the materials from damage, moisture, or aging. However, they also play an important aesthetic role because they influence texture, gloss, reflection, and the overall visual impression of the artwork. Glossy surfaces can make colors appear more vivid and intense. When light reflects from varnishes or glazes, the artwork gains depth and brightness. For example, shellac polish on wood creates mirror-like shine while still revealing the natural structure of the wood. In painting, glazing allows artists to build transparent layers of color and create optical depth. Many artists work with contrast between matte and gloss. On the surface, matte areas absorb light, while glossy surfaces reflect it. This creates dynamic composition that can change depending on the angle of view or lighting conditions. Some artists also use metallic or pearl-sand finishes, which create changing color effect. Hydrophobic coatings are modern protective layers that repel water. They are often used to enhance the outer artworks, such as sculptures, murals, or architectural elements. Their main purpose is to protect the surface against mold, water, rain, damage, and so on, and try to help them last longer. Artists use hydrophobic materials to create artworks that react to water and environmental conditions. By combining absorbent and water-repellent surfaces, they achieve strong visual contrast and dynamic effects. Some images become visible only when the surface is wet, and making the viewer of the artistic experience. Rain, humidity, or direct interaction can continuously transform the appearance of the artwork. As you can see, the difference between wet and dry pavement. There is a very famous project from Perugian Church. It's called Rainworks. He basically applied hydrophobic coatings on the sidewalks, which is invisible when it's dry, and it appears only when it's rain or some water is applied on the surface. It's very unique. It combines functionality and creativity, and also shows that combined technology, science, and public art is very creative way how to use the hydrophobic coatings. And artwork and modern technologies such as hydrophobic coatings show how science and art can work together to create new and interactive artistic experience. Those most of the images through this presentation was made by AI, just if you noticed that they weren't real. And as I already said, the hydrophobic coatings, and not just this type of treatment, can really be helpful to create very interesting, interesting impression of the artworks through the texture, reflection, gloss, and the depth of the artwork. Sorry? Okay. Okay, I think that's all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karolina Woleska. And do you have any questions? No? Okay. So thank you very much. Sorry. So now I would like to invite our next speaker, Docent Şükran Kara. She is coming from Turkey. She is from 9 Eylül University, from Department of Textile Engineering. And her presentation is on a new alternative for conductive pads of smart textiles, potential of 3D printing.
Thank you, Funda, for your nice invitation and presentation of mine. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as Funda has introduced, I'm from Turkey, Textile Engineering Department. One of my interest areas is about functional textiles, and we are working on hard electronic components. There, we always have problems about the conductive connections between the hardware. So that within the study, we have searched 3D printing as an alternative for creating conductive pads for smart garments. We know that smart textiles are a subcategory of functional textiles, which has the capabilities of sensing, processing, and responding according to the smartness level of the garment or the textile. We can obtain them by different methods like chemical finishing or physical treatments. And also we have got another category which are also called electrotextiles, which contain rigid electronic components or soft textile-based electronics. By this way, textiles can be used in different areas like entertainment, security, medicine, communication, military or sports area. When we come to do textiles with electronic properties, we can subcategorize them as wearable computers and also smart garments, the so-called smart garments, because the definitions in the literature are diversified too much. For wearable computers, we can say that they contain hard electronic parts like sensors, microcontrollers, cables, batteries, and interfaces. And when you come to the smart garments, the intelligent properties are directly embedded into the textiles. When we look at the wearable computers, they are not very user-friendly sometimes, but they are preferred for their practicality. And also, when we come to the smart garments, they encounter some technical issues like durability against washing, stretching, and abrasion. When we come to the conductive pads part of this smart garments, we can say that it is one of the key components because it determines the overall performance, especially for data transmission and also electrical transmission. They can be used for different areas such as electrostatic protection, heat generation, and electrical and data transmission. Normally we utilize traditional cables for this purpose, but they've got their own problems, like unnecessary bulk, because anybody doesn't want to wear a smart clothing with lots of cables, which has lots of volume. And also they can have some connection difficulties. They are sensitive to mechanical effects. They can be broken easily under mechanical stress, and they have problems about washing. So we thought that 3D printed conductive lines can be an alternative for creating this kind of connections. For this purpose, we have used 3D printed composite filaments, which were conductive themselves, and we have searched if we could obtain flexible, lightweight, unvoluminous and durable connections via 3D printed composite filaments. When we look at the materials, our first material was the conductive, electroconductive filament itself. For us, we had a composite TPU, thermoplastic polyurethane, and also we had carbon additive, carbon black additive for this purpose. We used a fused type 3D printer for this, and we had got 3 knitted fabrics that could be suitable for casual wear or sports wear. The first one was a polyamide elastane knitted fabric, the second was a cotton fabric, and the third one was a polyethylene terephthalate fabric. We selected them because they were representing different knit structures. Those could be used both in sports and casual wear, and also for maybe medical areas. When we look at the sample preparation, we have created 3 mm wide lines along the course direction, because in the course direction the elongation, the stretching property was higher. As experimental variables, we had length and height values. We have used 2 lengths as 5 cm length and 10 cm length conductive lines. And also, as the height of the 3D printed composite layers, we had 0.5 millimeters, 1 millimeter, and 1.5 millimeter thickness values. As the fabric tests, we have measured the unit mass, thickness, and compressibility of our samples to see if our knitted fabrics were suitable to be used for casual wear or sports wear. And we have measured the resistance of our samples under different extension levels to simulate the daily use of the garments. For this purpose, we have used a homemade tensile tester, which was equipped with a multimeter for measuring the resistance values. We have used different extension values to see if the adhesion between the 3D printed polymer and fabric could be durable, and also to see how the conductivity or the resistance values has changed. And then after measuring the resistance values, we have changed them, we have converted them into conductivity unit. When we look at the unit mass and thicknesses also for samples, we can say that they were all useful for daily usage. It could be sports wear, casual wear, or underwear. And their thickness levels were similar between 0.4 to 0.6 millimeters. When we look at the compressibility values, we can say that they had up to 17% compressibility under a 50 grams force per centimeter square pressure. It was important for us because if the fabric compressed a lot while you were 3D printing, it could catch the nozzle and it could spoil all your experiment, because we have faced it. When we look at the conductivity results, we can say that especially when you consider the effect of getting elongated, the conductivity values of our samples decreased a little when the length of the samples 3D prints got higher. Especially we couldn't get any results for 60% strains because the 3D printed lines has delaminated before reaching 60% strain. We only could get conductivity levels at the 45% strain for cotton fabrics. The other samples has delaminated before being stretched to higher levels. For cotton, as I've said, we could obtain conductivity results before the elimination up to 45 strain. It was important for us because we know that in daily life we have got lots of gestures like this, so they are all stressed. If you want to put a sensor, for example, on your ankle, then the line should go through this line, so it will have lots of stretch while you are moving. Or if you have a stretch sensor on your chest, because of your breathing, the dimensions will change continuously. And when we look at the resistance values, independent of getting longer, we can say that longer samples had higher resistivity. It was an expected thing from the physics. Elevating the fabrics first increased the resistance values, but then we had obtained meaningful decreases. In the literature, it is explained by getting more connections of nanoparticles within the polymer. And lastly, increasing the print height lowered the resistivity values up to 65%. So it means that when you stretch your sample, the conductivity will get better when it is stretched. Of course, these are our preliminary results about our study. We have just started to work and submitted to the Congress. We can say that longer samples showed higher resistance levels. So if you try to create long conductive lines by using 3D printing, then your resistance values can increase dramatically. That cannot maybe solve your problem about conductivity. The second thing, all samples has failed before reaching 60% or 65% strain, so that it means that you have to increase the adhesion between the 3D printed lines and the fabric by different methods. And also, we have said that the better values were obtained between the cotton and the 3D printed samples. And lastly, there is a phenomenon that is explained in the literature. At first, by stretching, at first our resistance values increased, then started to decrease, and the printing height importantly changed the resistance or conductivity level of our samples. In the future studies, we want to try different strain levels because yes, we have tried up to 65 and we weren't successful at the very high levels of stretching, but we are not still sure what changes between, for example, 0 to 15% stretching. And we will do some work to increase the adhesion between the polymer and the fabric. It can be some chemical treatments or maybe plasma treatments. And also we will do washing treatments to see what will happen, especially about the delamination of the two components. So we think that it will provide a deeper and better understanding for us to see if the 3D printed conductive lines can be beneficial for smart garments or not. And these are some references. Thank you for listening. This was all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shukran Kara. And do you have any questions? Yes, please.
Yeah, so very interesting. So using fibers for sensing applications, I was already aware of this, but adding 3D printing to fashion clothes and everything is new. Another idea which came into my mind was have you tried to do cycle tests with these as well, so that the resistance is maybe stable with equal strain or changes, and what maybe causes fluctuations in this?
Thank you for your question. Yes, it is important for us to make the experiments as cycles, because in daily life we are doing the same behaviors too many times. My colleague, my second colleague Ahmet, is trying it now with another project. I'm not in that project, but yes, we are doing it. I think the hysteresis are obtained in it, but in a descending level. The conductivity changes, but after some time it comes to a balance. We are trying it too. Thank you.
Okay, I also have one question. What can be the alternative usage of this 3D conductive prints instead of conductive lines for smart garments?
Thank you very much for your question, Funda. As I've said, my colleague is also working on another project that he also uses conductive lines on textiles. They are using it as stretch sensors for rehabilitation of hands. They get some values, some extension values from 3D printed sensors. This is one of the examples, and other things may be heating. We know that like military clothes or cold weather gears, we need heating function, so it can be an alternative for that purpose too.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation.
Thank you very much.
And now I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. David Levente Palatinus. And he is an associate professor in digital media and cultural studies in Technical University of Liberec. And his presentation is Artificial Intelligence, Social Media, and the Pharmacopolitics of Diabetics.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. My name is David, and I myself have been diabetic for 23 years. And for the past 4 years, I've been using an insulin pump and a continuous glucose monitoring system, which is attached to my arm, checks my blood sugar every 5 minutes from interstitial fluid, sends it via Bluetooth to the pump and also to my phone, so I can actually monitor my blood glucose in real time. And now it says 6, 7. I'm not kidding. It really does say that, which is pretty awesome. It would have been nice actually to have a little, window up there so that I can show you in real time what my sugar is doing. And there's 2 options right now. I'm super nervous, so it's either going to plummet or it's going to go up. So we'll see. Anyway, what I mean by the pharmacopolitics of diabetes is a very complex thing. So diabetes as a condition, as many other medical conditions, does not kind of unfold exclusively on a subjective level. It's actually constructed as a condition, as a disease, on an individual level, subjectively, but also in a kind of very complex technological and a kind of industrial apparatus of the medical industry, of the medical technological sector, and of course insurance companies and for-profit companies. And all of these different dimensions contribute to how we actually think about it, how we understand it as a condition, and how a diabetic individual gets to understand themselves within that framework. So this is what the pharmacopolitics refers to, and this is it. I would like to begin with the most obvious thing. So in contemporary times, diabetes treatment is heavily predicated on digitization and on the quantification of the self, right? So what we're dealing with is a very large amount of data. Diabetes is transcribed into machine-readable data. And I'm not just talking about testing when you go to the laboratory and then they look at numbers. I'm also talking about this, what I was just mentioning, the 6, 7. This is important because as a diabetic, you don't necessarily have symptoms. Nothing hurts. Nothing gets swollen. Nothing gets inflamed. When they do, then there's a problem. But normally, you can still kind of exist, have the condition, and not have any kind of detectable, obvious symptoms, right? well, with the exception of hypoglycemia, when your sugar drops, then you really feel crap, but that's a different question. So we don't really have, as diabetics, access to our own bodily condition via perception. What we have access to is the framework, is the technological digital framework of the graphs and of the numerical representation of the condition itself. So what we need to know and what we need to learn is to inhabit this condition via technological mediation, right? Now, this creates a number of problems, and this is where artificial intelligence is also going to be relevant, because as diabetics, we become constant onlookers to our own conditions. I remember when I first started using the insulin pump and the CGM, I kept checking my sugar every 5 minutes, and it gave me a lot of anxieties, because up till that point I did not have the realization how quickly your sugar levels can fluctuate. So actually, initially I felt like I'm not in control. What is happening to me? This piece of technology is supposed to be helping me, but instead it's giving me a great deal of anxiety, because I didn't have the understanding of what was happening inside my own body. And I really felt like I was relinquishing my agency, I was relinquishing control to a machine that I did and did not have control at the same time. So this creates this kind of sense of in-betweenness between, algorithmic governance and the subjective agency of the self. This is actually kind of important. So patients becoming constant investigators of their own quantified self, meaning consciously asking where the problem is based on dashboard rather than physical sensation. So I suppose that most of you, maybe all of you, will understand how these closed loop systems actually work in diabetes management. This is where AI becomes really important. So like I said, the CGM measures the glucose data, sends it via Bluetooth to the insulin pump, and on the basis of the glucose data and the patterns, the algorithm in the pump predicts what is going to happen in the next 30 minutes and makes kind of dosage decisions on the basis of that data. So that's basically extrapolating from existing data, and it's predicated on PDPs and on ANNs, depending on the kind of pump that we're talking about. So that's actually important. Then when it predicts that your sugar is going to go below a desired level, it will actually shut off the insulin delivery. And this is supposed to kind of give you a peace of mind, or definitely a much better sugar control in the long run. Now, the interesting thing about PDPs and ANNs, so artificial neural networks, is that what they do is that they actually tolerate messy evidence. So they are very good at extrapolating from missing data. They can recognize incomplete or partially damaged patterns. They're predicated on robustness, so like actually you need a lot of data for these systems to work properly. That is why some CGMs check the blood sugar every 5 minutes, others check it every 1 minute, depending on what kind of system you're using. And they're actually very conducive, so all these systems are very conducive to the spontaneous emergence of order out of an origin that is ordered to a lesser degree. So that would be the idea here. But there's problems with them. And this is where human agency becomes, again, very, very important, because they prioritize mathematical elegance, and they are typically kind of ignorant of temporal factors. So your blood glucose levels are not just going to be influenced by how many carbs you ate. They're going to be influenced by your stress level. They're going to be influenced by your, I don't know, how much you slept, how much water you drank, whether you're ill or not, whether you had any kind of exercise prior to the administration of insulin, what season it is, so a great deal of things. And those are stuff that are typically very, very hard to model and to actually code into these predictive systems, if that makes sense. So in that sense, it's kind of not really possible to completely relinquish control to the system. You can, depending on how comfortable you're feeling with that. And of course, there's different pumps and different systems in this regard. Also, the one that I'm using is kind of more geared towards pre-programmed solutions, and this one prevents highs and lows. There is a different one produced by a company called Ipso, which actually learns your patterns on the go. So the longer you use it, the more, the smarter it becomes, because it actually learns the daily patterns, it learns the activity patterns, it learns how you respond to different kinds of food, if you put in the data, of course. So that kind of, it's a constantly sort of self-correcting sort of system. Right. So this is basically what I was just saying now. And the reason why I wanted to explain this so at such detail is because this actually brings us to the decide to delegate model put forward by Luciano Florida in 2023, where the idea is actually the human kind of element gets to decide what it is that they're going to delegate, right? So you do rely on AI, you do rely on the predictive models, you do rely on the technology, but still you kind of reclaim control time and time again, because there are factors that just cannot be kind of computed or modeled or kind of coded into the algorithm. Now, this leads us to a kind of phenomenological consideration, if you like, that of the distributed centered subject and of distributed condition. And within the context of diabetes management, it was actually Hélène Mialet who talked about this quite a lot. And she says that the mind, of course, is a phenomenologically distributed system, which is one thing. But the subject is distributed also in the sense that it's constructed via the interaction or this interactional network of the algorithms, the insulin pumps, the cloud servers where the data is stored. So actually even in this sense, the kind of quantified self is delocalized, because where am I? Is this me? Is this me? Is that all the data, the ones and zeros, stored on some kind of server that is me, that is my diabetes, really? And then, of course, the doctors and the peer communities, these are going to be very, very important, that all kind of come together in the management of diabetes. So it's not just the technology that we're relying on, it's all the support networks, because diabetes definitely is a disease that has got a very, very significant emotional, psychological dimension as well. Right, so this is what we're dealing with, we're talking about when we're talking about the distributed centered subject. So cognition is shared across people, family, doctors, the diabetic self, objects, insulin pumps, CGMs, the algorithm, and of course environments, which is the entire technological and more broadly speaking medical apparatus within which diabetes unfolds. So this actually, again, leads to the recognition that the self, the diabetic self, is both disembodied and then again re-embodied constantly in a kind of Möbius strip-like structure. Disembodied because it's broken down, translated, transcribed into data, machine-readable data, and then from that data you reconstruct an understanding, knowledge about your condition and about yourself. And I already talked about the delocalized presence, the patient's vital biological data living on servers, I don't know, somewhere in the desert. Right, now the second kind of very important element has to do with the social context of this, and this is what the kind of this research that I've been doing for 4 years now. The second kind of very important component is the social media aspect of that. So the support community for diabetics themselves. We're talking about content creators who are diabetic themselves and create contents for social media. I looked at YouTube and Instagram, and there's a bunch of these creators, and they actually fall into four categories. So there's the content creator that is tech sponsored. So basically, they just give you these honest, quote unquote, reviews about pumps, CGMs, whatever kind of technology that there is, and they offer you the hacks. They tell you what works, what doesn't work, what could be improved, and what the annoying things are. And that's very important, because sometimes you do feel lost when it comes to dealing with the technology, and you feel like it's your fault. It's not, you don't necessarily acknowledge that, yeah, well, the technology needs improvement. The second kind of content creator is the one that would produce contents under the pretext living my best diabetic life, and then everything is super and tip-top. That's not necessarily the good kind of content. You have the toxic positive contents, like when something doesn't work for you, then it's all your fault. And then you've got the honest, authentic contents, which is predicated on the personal, subjective testimonies of people living with diabetes. And that's what's actually helpful. Learning to, teaching you the digital literacy, the technological literacy that is required for you to be able to navigate that apparatus within which you're forced to exist, and to kind of not feel like this identity split between your lived experience and at the same time the self that is constructed by a technology. Right. So this actually means that diabetes exists in a heterotope space, in this kind of in-betweenness, and that in-betweenness produces what I call extimacy, the psychological paradox connected to the technology, the constant assertion and denial of intimacy with the technological other that is attached to the flesh. I don't think I can be more philosophical than that. Apologies for that. So yeah, as a kind of partial conclusion, what I would offer is that AI in diabetes management really opens up perspectives and opportunities for the future of diabetes treatment, not necessarily of cure. Cure is going to remain a thing of the future, something that is always to come. They have been promising a cure for diabetes for the past, 50 years, really. But what we're dealing with is really management rather than cure. And even in that within that framework of management as diabetics, we are kind of encouraged to reclaim control, not necessarily by not trusting technology, but by working out a kind of synergistic approach towards this ecosystem that is the technology, that is the kind of cultural and economic framework within which diabetes unfolds, negotiated, and our own very subjective personal experiences. This is it, basically. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much for your deep research and presentation. And any questions? No, and I want to ask about the personal data of the people, and what you think, what role should policymakers play in this regulating in health technologies?
Yeah, that is a very, very good question, because it's a primary concern. I mean, we're talking about the quantified self, you're talking about personal data, of course, and that almost immediately leads to questions of privacy and what happens to the data. So I think that it's absolutely essential that proper data protection regulations are always in place. You need to monitor who has access to the data and what the data is going to be used for. So you can use it for research, you can into diabetes, you can use it for research into technology, used in the treatment management of diabetes. You can use it to actually profile demographics and then to see, to follow the morbidity of the condition. But also, strangely enough and alarmingly enough, you can use it to profile individuals when it comes to, I'm going to give you very particular examples, insurance claim situations. So how are you going to actually, what kind of insurance are you going to, health insurance?
Hide it from the insurance company,
Precisely,
definitely.
But you can't, right? So that's the other thing. So, For example, if I wanted to apply for a job wherever in the United States or in the United Kingdom, in the application I would actually have to declare that I am diabetic. If I don't and they find out, my contract can be withheld. So it's a personal, you would assume it's a personal private thing, but at the same time there's policies constructed around it, so it's at the same time a very social phenomenon with all sorts of consequences. And the part that has to do with data protection is a very significant element or segment of that, definitely. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now it's time for our next presenter.
I have to give this back to you.
Claudia Silva Ruiz. She is from Center for Scalable Data Analytics and Artificial Intelligence, Leipzig, Germany. And her presentation is on artistic artwork about periodicity and aperiodicity. So stage is yours.
So hello everyone. So yes, I will talk about an artistic work about periodicity and aperiodicity. How can I put here? Okay, perfect. Great. So now, yes, I start with an artistic work about periodicity and aperiodicity. So then, so to introduce, I will give you my motivation and previous work on this topic. So my motivation was the discovery of the aperiodic monotile, which is a single tile that covers the plane without ever repeating. I will explain a bit more about it shortly. And my previous work was my master's thesis in media, arts and cultures, entitled Beyond Infinite Never Repeating Patterns in the Plane, an artistic journey through aperiodic tessellations, where I investigated the hat and other aperiodic monotiles from a creative point of view. I was inspired by Escher, and I explored what contemporary digital and physical fabrication technologies offer. So I will give you the mathematical background, just a few definitions for you to understand what I am talking about. So first of all, a tessellation is a covering of the plane by a countable family of closed regions called tiles that fit together without gaps or overlaps. And then a patch is any finite collection of tiles from a given tessellation whose union forms a simply connected region. So in this example, it's all of this is a patch of many, many tiles. And then in a previous talk, symmetry was mentioned. So this is one transformation which is translation. So it's a transformation that moves each point of the plane the same distance and in the same direction. This is to say by the same vector. So here we have a very basic example where a leaf translates horizontally in the plane. Now, a tessellation is called periodic if its symmetry group contains translations in at least two non-parallel directions. This is to say two vectors. And a set of prototiles is called aperiodic if it tiles the plane, but none of the resulting tilings admits any translational symmetry. So one example we have here is Penrose tilings. And then in the case of aperiodic monotiles, we are speaking when this set contains only one tile. So it's a single shape that admits tilings of the plane, but never periodic tilings. And these ones are some examples. There are uncountably many that were discovered, but the first one to be discovered was the third one. And is the main one I used for my work, but there are others. And then, yes, so this is the third one, which is called the hat, that has some particular properties that, yeah, I won't explain right now, but this is more or less how it is defined by the geometric lengths and angles, basically. But it's actually what I used for the work. So the framework for this work, for my general work, not only for the one I will show you, but in general also for my master thesis, was order, disorder, and complexity. So we could understand like order versus disorder, like simple versus complex, periodic versus aperiodic, balance versus imbalance, regularity versus irregularity, and equilibrium versus disequilibrium. But actually, it turns out that actually aperiodic tilings have both. So it makes me think a little bit on this talk about also imperfection and not completely symmetrical things, because yeah, aperiodic tilings have a bit of both, a bit of order and a bit of disorder, actually. And actually, the disorder and complexity actually can lead to chaosity as well. So yes, here I am showing just some examples of designs I did for my master thesis, both digital designs but also physical ones. Yes, I just chose three examples, but I did some others. And then I will talk a bit about the process of creation for this work. So the software and hardware that I employed was a digital drawing pen with touch tablet, an interactive web application, and the software was Adobe Illustrator. So the general steps I followed were, first I downloaded a patch template from this website, then I draw one of the designs in a single tile, and then copied and pasted to the rest of the patch using the symbol function in Illustrator. And then I could just create a second design, just changing just one tile not having to draw all the tiles. So using this symbol function. And the particular steps that I followed for this work, I will show you. So I took a single triangle fundamental region. So this is one of the two triangles into which each kite-shaped unit of the hat can be divided, and the other being its mirror image. Then I draw a flower motif within this triangle, and then copy and reflect it to fill the full tile. And then I used the symbol tool to fill the full patch. And an additional step I had to do was to vectorize a screenshot of the design within a single tile and simplify the path structure, obtaining a lighter file that could be used for the physical fabrication. And then, translating to a physical artwork, the steps I followed were to create first prototypes in wood, then choose a contour shape, which is the flower shape as total outline, and then created more prototypes with different materials, and then refine these prototypes. And now I will talk about the work itself. So it juxtaposes both periodicity and non-periodicity within a single image. So since any hat tiling contains an underlying lattice of regular hexagons, this symmetry can be used as a compositional device. So the work is inspired by ornamental traditions of Islamic and mandala forms. Same as before, I was also inspired by Escher's tilings. And then I developed a flower-like motif from each tile's geometry so that the hat boundaries are inscribed in the flower distribution, while the flowers themselves are arranged into a periodic hexagonal field. And the result is a design that holds both orders at once: the non-periodic layout of the hat tiles and the perfectly regular hexagonal array of the flowers. So this is the work. So then, as I mentioned, the flower has hexagonal symmetry. So you have like an hexagonal lattice that you can see in the flower's distribution. But here you can see the hat present with the same color as the background. So this is the juxtaposition I was talking about. And then just some final notes. So basically, yeah, this work asks whether periodicity and aperiodicity, which are often framed as opposites, as order and disorder, are ever truly separate, or whether, as the hat tiling suggests, one is always folded into the other. So just some additional notes is that this work in a color variation is currently presented at the exhibition Creation Between Arts and Mathematics at the Maison Poincaré in Paris. And the one I presented here in purple will be presented at the Bridges 2026 exhibition of mathematical art, craft and design in Galloway, Ireland. And you can see also a bit more about this work at my website if you're interested in it. And these are the main references. And this third one is the discovery of the shape, which was done 3 years ago. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a very nice artwork. And any questions? Yes, please.
Yeah, so very interesting, also aesthetic artwork, I would say, for especially a combination of the symmetry and aperiodic head structure. Do you think this could be also used in different areas in the real world, not just as artworks, but also in, for example, bathrooms would be much more interesting and nice looking, or also also in cities, maybe the paths made out of aperiodic structures instead of just square blocks.
Yes, yes. Actually, there are already being studies in aperiodic, how you say, like, yes, I've seen videos. I mean, I haven't gone through research on this, but I know that there's research in physics, and they 3D print instead of a cubical lattice. They 3D print with non-periodic, and in particular this like hat or other tilings, and then they experiment with the flexibility of the material or rigidity, and I think that has a lot of potential. Like maybe with aperiodic, the structure is harder to break, I would think. Although, yeah, I don't know, but could be. I think it's already, something that it's been studied. It's being studied. But I haven't gone deep on that, but yes.
Bring maybe more art to our daily visuals would be nice to see more of that than in real world.
Yes. I would like to also ask a question. What was the main challenge while you are creating your digital design and also your physical artwork?
Yes, so I need to go back. So in the digital design, this was the main challenge. So basically, when I created the digital version, I did it with the drawing pen, and then I was creating paths in the drawing. So when I translated like the single triangle fundamental region and I used the symbol function that I explained to extend to the whole tiling, well, the whole patch. The file crashed and I couldn't work on it anymore. So I had to redo a bit of the work. So I had to find out how to vectorize it nicely. So this is the part, and then change the paths to vectors, and then repeat a bit of the work to have a file that I could work with, not only because of too much information, but also something that then I could put into another program in order to laser cut. So that was the main challenge for the digital part. And for the physical part of the artwork, I had like very limited material, because this material is trolace plate, which is very, very specific. I couldn't find a way to actually buy it, so I would have only the one that was available at the place I was working at. And also I had limited access to the equipment, so that was the main challenge for the physical fabrication.
Thank you very much. One more time. And now it's a short coffee break. After that, we will continue with our presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, we can continue with our presentations. And our next presentation, I would like to ask from Dr. Viera Pelantova. She is from Technical University of Liberec, and her presentation is on risk management in creative and innovation projects and artificial intelligence and system thinking approach. And Dr. Pelantova, welcome to our conference, and we are listening you.
No. Hello, everybody. My name is Vera Pontova. I would like to invest risk management in creative and innovation project and analyze artificial intelligence and systems thinking approach. Today, I will talk about risk management in creative projects and the role of artificial intelligence. This topic combines management, technology, and creativity. I will explain why traditional risk management is often not enough for modern creative industries. Risk management applied to creative and innovative projects support by artificial intelligence. Key problem is that traditional approaches fail in an uncertain and dynamic environment. Why this topic matters? Creative industries are becoming more complex every year. Projects change quickly. Teams are international and technology develops very fast because these managers face scientific and empirically solution. Traditional linear planning is often too slow or too simple. Mm, Nature of a creative project depends. Creative projects are not linear. They usually involve experimentation, revisions, and unpredicted changes, teams often need to adapt during the process. This creates both opportunities and risks. There are risk factors. Some risks are visible as budget or deadlines, but however, many important risks are hidden. For example, communication problems, team conflicts, or loss of creativity. These hidden risks then strongly affect project success. That look like as a piece of ice in a sea. We see only budget and time and this one, but culture is very important in organization for creativity, for communication, and so on. Systems thinking helps us understand relationship between different factors. One decision can influence many other parts of the project. Feedback loops are important because projects constantly evolve. Managers must think about file system, not only individual problems. Five traditional risk management files. Traditional risk management often assumes stable conditions and predictable outcomes. But creative industries are dynamic and uncertain. Unexpected changes happen very quickly. Therefore, traditional methods may fail to identify emerging risks. We used static planning, but new idea is still is ignorate soft risk as culture, as creativity, as communication between people in team. Role of AI, artificial intelligence can support decision making and risk analysis. AI can process large amounts of data much faster than humans. It can help identify patterns, predicts risk, and improve project monitoring. This can increase efficiency and support manager. We saw here reduces of workload and detection of hidden relationship in data sets. Real-time data processing is shorter than when somebody try to analyze data. However, AI has also limitation. It depends, however, some AI systems are difficult to understand because they work like black box models. Besides training data, they can also produce incorrect results. There are many ethical risks which guide to solution. There is also a risk of reduced human critical thinking, which is very needed for today's world. So human judgment is still necessary. Research shows that the best results become from cooperation between humans and AI. Artificial intelligence should support creativity, but not replace people. Human experiences, intuition, and ethics remain very important. And from many research outcome that culture and leadership influence outcomes. Key issues. There are many changes and outcome, many challenges. For example, ethic issues, I thought. Uncertainty, data quality, and measurement of problems. Organizations must also learn how to integrate AI responsibility. Very often is fragmentation of piece of science is not used system complexity, and we used classical measurement, not used measurement of qualification data. My proposed framework combines system thinking, AI support, and human decision. First step is risk identification. Second step is system analysis, and after that can be used AI support. Human decision is last. The process includes risk identification, system analysis, and AI support, and human evaluation. This approach is more flexible and adaptive for creative industries. First, I saw this situation in companies 20 years ago because classical management methods were used for people in development departments, and then they don't produce big ideas in their areas because they don't have a classical environment for their work. This creativity needs a different environment. Conclusion. In conclusion, creative industries require more adaptive approach to risk management. AI offers many opportunities, but human creativity and judgment are still essential. The future will probably depend on cooperation between human and intelligent technologies. I think the future will not be about human versus AI, but about humans working together with intelligent systems. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Dr. Pelantova, for your presentation. And now I want to ask if anybody has a question. No? Okay, I would like to ask one question. How can we ensure that artificial intelligence in risk management does not limit the creativity of the team?
I think this AI should not replace human decision making and creativity, but rather serve as a supporting tool. It helps to identify patterns and risks than humans might outcome. However, the final decision should remain in human hands. Okay, is to maintain balance between analytical approach and creative freedom. So AI expands possibilities but not limits them.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we can continue with our next speaker, engineer Martin Schetina.
Thank you.
Thank you. He is from Technical University of Liberec, and his presentation is on creating colors through plasma deposition. Mr. Schetina. You can take your microphone also.
Good afternoon. My name is Martin Schetina and I work in the field of plasma deposition technologies at CXI TUL. In my work I focus on creating thin films using plasma and vacuum technologies. Originally these methods were used mainly in industry as protective or functional coatings, but today they also play an important role in optics, and thanks to their unique visual effects, they are finding applications in art as well. Today I would like to show you the connections between physics, material engineering and visual aesthetics. What is color? When we talk about color, most people think about pigments or colors based on the chemical composition of a material. A pigment works by absorbing part of the light and reflecting the rest. This means that the final color is directly connected to a specific chemical substance, but there is also another way to create color. So call it structural colors. These colors are not created by pigments, but by physical effects, mainly the interference of light or very thin films or microstructures. The resulting color can depend on the film thickness, refractive index, or the angle of incoming light. This is exactly the principle that we also use in plasma deposition processes. Colors in nature. When we talk about color, most people think about pigments or color based on the chemical composition of a material. A pigment works by absorbing part of the light and refractive the rest. This means that the final color is directly connected to a specific chemical substance. Excuse me. But there is also another way to create colors, so call it structural colors. These colors are not created by pigments, but by physical effects, mainly the interference of light on very thin films or microstructures. The resulting color can depend on the film thickness, refractive index, or the angle of incoming light. This is exactly the principle that we also use in plasma deposition processes. What is plasma deposition? The base tool for creating these films is plasma deposition. The whole process takes place inside a vacuum chamber where a gas is ionized and forms plasma. The plasma contains energetic particles which allow the release of material from the target or the activation of chemical reactants in the gas phase. The material then bonds to the surface of the substrate in the form of a very thin film. Thanks to precise control of this process, and we can influence not only the chemical and mechanical properties of the surface, but also its optical appearance and final color. PVD and PACVD. In my work, I combine two main types of deposition processes. Physical vapor deposition uses solid targets from which the material is released by plasma and deposited onto the substrate. The most common method is magnetron sputtering. This technique can be used to prepare metallic or ceramic coatings. PACVD, on the other hand, use chemical precursors in the gas phase. These are activated by plasma, often generated an RF discharge and from a coating on the surface through chemical reactions. This method can be used to prepare, for example, DLC coatings or organosilicon films. In practice, these approaches are often combined, which makes it possible to create complex coatings with very interesting optical properties. Materials and optical effects. This final color depends not only on the materials itself, but also on the structure and thickness of the coating. By using different targets such as titanium, chromium, copper or silver, we can create different optical effects. For example, titanium nitride creates gold-like colors, DLC coatings have a dark or black appearance, and some metallic coatings can show strong interface or iridescent effects. The thickness of the coating is also very important. Even a change of only a few nanometers can significantly change the final color. This makes it possible to create color generates or effects that change depending on the viewing angle. Here you can see the deposition process directly inside the vacuum chamber. The light we see is plasma generated during the process. In this case, different magnetrons are activated while the substrate rotates on the RF electrode. The combination of these parameters strongly affects both the structure of the coating and the final color effects. For complex structures and gradient transitions, I am also developing a scripting application which controls the process, measurement and repeatability. I believe this process is interesting not only from a technological point of view, but also visually. technological limitations. Although plasma deposition can create very interesting visual effects, the technology also has its limitations. Not all materials are suitable for vacuum or plasma environments. Metallic, ceramic or glass substrates usually work very well. On the other hand, porous, organics or temperature-sensitive materials can be problematic. These materials may release gases in vacuum, degrade during the process, or prevent the formation of caution and high-quality coating. In practice, this means that an effect achieved on an ideal laboratory sample cannot always be easily transferred to any object or material. And thank you for your attention, and I will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
So, any questions, please?
You showed us the plasma coating in the plasma chamber, so I understand that this is suitable for only small objects. Yeah. Is there any size limitation for plasma, for example, for plasma sputtering?
Yes, it's principle. It's possible. Similar technologies are already used for decorative and design surface on a large scale, and large vacuum chambers for bigger objects also exist. However, the main limitation is the material of the object itself, because not all materials tolerate vacuum or plasma environment well. Metallic ceramics or some stone objects could be suitable for this process. Of course, as the size of the object increases, the technical and economic demand of the process also increase.
Principle, it is possible use this coating also for big sculptures.
Yes, it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shetina. And now I would like to announce our next speaker, Mr. Sönke Vetter. And he is coming from University of Arts, Bremen, Germany. And in his work, he focuses on geometrical principles and functional elements. And his presentation is on planar rule-based design of modular lighting objects. So, Mr. Vetter, we are listening to you.
It's not visible? Ah, no, it is. Keyboard, sorry?
Yeah, keyboard, navigate through the presentation here.
Ah, and
it's two separate presentations.
Ah, okay. Okay. And here? Ah, okay. Yeah, thank you for the introduction. I'm Sönke Vetter. I study integrated design at the University of the Arts, Bremen, Germany. And today I want to present or introduce you in a project that I did in the last month, I would say. And in the beginning, I wanted to show you some examples of final objects so that you have an impression already of what will result of what I'm talking about. As you can see here, for example, of lampshades that were assembled, where I assembled laser cut components, and they are made out of paper or paper-like materials. First, I want to talk about my motivation, then about the principles, so how does it work, then about possibilities, so design parameters that I can work on, and in the end put the focus a bit on the light situation. Oh, I did something wrong. Ah. So my intention in the beginning was not to do lampshades that developed in the process. Initially, I worked on a geometric topic, so on these kind of spiral paths on bodies, on spatial bodies, like here, for example, on the sphere. I worked in CAD with it, and as you can see, I constructed some sort of spiral lines and rotated these. So these spiral lines typically go from one pole of a spatial body to the opposite side. And in this case, as you can see, I copied it and twisted this 6 times. And if you see this as a division, you can sort of divide bodies into then same pieces. And also, as doing product design, I'm always interested in scalable production, in industry production, so that it's not thought as single objects, but also at least think that it could be produced industrially. And last point, I don't see this as a mathematical proof or something. I see it as a work, or as a work in a frame, in a geometric frame. I'm more or less free to work creatively. These were some beginning works. There were no interlocking elements yet, but I wanted to put the focus on the spirals. You see some bodies, and next to it you see a 2-dimensional shape that can be cut out with scissors, that can be laser cut or whatever, and then glued together very easily by normal glue. And next to it you see the amount of pieces you need. So, for example, top left, you need this kind of piece to, for example, cut out, but you use it 6 times, and then you create the spatial body that is next to it. And yeah, I find interesting that sometimes you can say in which direction, so how the bended, so like the body will look like, but it's sometimes very difficult to predict because, for example, on the bottom 2 examples, you see that it's rotational symmetric, as most of the designs, but it's hard to predict, for example, if the profile curvature is like on the left a straight line, or if it's concave or convex. That is sometimes really hard to say. But also the mount can vary from 1 to 20 or more. As I told, laser cutting was my choice of technical use. It is relatively fast and relatively cheap, and you can do every sort of shape. To the principle, so here maybe you still see some sort of spiral, but then I thought, how do you attach these pieces together? And I worked with interlocking elements, and by this way you don't need any extra material, you don't need any glue or something, so the connection is integrated in one part, and I think that makes this, I see it as an advantage in industry. And in this way, maybe you can imagine that one piece starts being flat on the plane, but if you connect these, then you start to fold, start to bend one piece, and more or less, in the end, force the shape in the shape that it should be in the end. And for me personally, it was also important that every piece is the same. Of course, it would be possible to have part A and part B, but I think it's not advantageous and only makes the situation more complex. Didn't I make one more? No. Here you can see the development, because in the beginning it's like a path on the left, but in the end it's like a different shape which you can interlock with each other. And the most important step first is that you need to sort of structure the edge or the 2 edges of one strand. Can be the same distances, can be also varying distances, but you need to define distances, and then you can add interlocking elements to your liking. So it could be infinite shapes. I started with the one in the middle, and with the arrows you can see how I imagined how you would slot them into each other. And then you can replace the example in the middle by For example, what I used in most of the cases are circle or part of a circle. And in the last part that you can see here, I tried out that you can not only shape the interlocking elements, but also the free place in between. And these parts will in the end normally not be seen, but they will be seen, I'll come to that later, when you put the light source on. Yeah, and then there are, I would say, every type of lampshade will be thinkable, standing, hanging, and whatever. I, in most of the cases, did hanging lampshades or lamps. And also here you can a bit see how, yeah, like one part here in red wraps around the body. And then for looking at the parameters, you have many decisions to make, or maybe not decisions, but opportunities or things to test out. For example, in the beginning you have to ask yourself how many strands I want to have in the end, or how many interlocking elements, how dense should all of this look like in the end, how thick should one be. So there are many questions to answer, and I think every response of these questions will in the end also influence each other and result in lampshades, or result in a situation like this, that it has always an effect on product and praxis in the end. For example, if you look at the stability, this is highly influenced by the amount of strings or strands. It is very possible that if you have many parts, that it will be less unstable. It will be less stable in the end. Or it will highly influence the aesthetics, like the inner structural pattern. Or also, as you can maybe imagine, if you have many pieces and many interlocking things, then there's much manual work in the end, so you will have time in the end, or need time to assemble these. And also economic and ecologic things is a big aspect, which I'll come later to. Here, for example, you can see one detail of one part. And yeah, in this approach I constructed it only on a 2D plane, and I would say the most important thing are the colors, so that you already plan in the beginning which distance will be the same distance on the other side. So maybe you can see that if you look at the yellow, for example, it's not facing the other side, but it's a bit on the side. And because of this, you will have the spiral arrangement in the end. And also you could change the angle, then it would get thicker or thinner, or wider or less wide in the end. Here I wanted to compare two situations. If you look at the left side, looking at the top, going to the bottom, you maybe see that the overlapping stays the same, or more or less, or no, really much the same. So the circles may get wider or get bigger, but the overlapping stays the same. And on the right side, it's a different situation. Maybe not an extreme one, but still on the top you have much less overlapping, so it's also lighter. And going to the bottom, it's getting darker and there's more overlapping. And another comparison I wanted to put the focus on, maybe you see that on the left side they are looking on the first glance very, very similar, but there's a big difference. You have a change of small and big distances, and on the top part the big is lying in front of the big distance, and on the bottom example the short distance is facing the side of the long distance. So there's a slight difference, but this has a big influence on the aesthetics in the end. Yeah, I would say that on the top example there are some sort of emergent tracks or lanes, or how to call it, that you get the impression of. And on the bottom example you have some sort of, yeah, it's a bit like the next part is in between of the one before. So you have the impression of a fish pattern, for example, or of the fish skin, but probably there are many examples what you could be reminded of. And the colors indicate you again which distances have to be the same, because in the end these parts, like green, will lie on top of the green part from the following part, so from the following laser cut element. Here, that's what I meant with economic and ecologic aspects, because yeah, if I'm doing prototypes for myself, then it maybe doesn't matter so much, but if you think about industry, it's you have to save material, probably for them for like financial reasons, but also for ecological reasons. And a lampshade may be nice on the left-hand side, but how much material is used? Maybe 10 or maybe 5%, I don't know, but way too few, and therefore this has also an effect on deciding which lamp is most suited for contacting companies or for following more intensively. In the middle, you use the material in a much more effect way, and if the curvature gets like on the right side bigger, I found out that it can be best to make this arrangement in a rotational symmetry, in a circle-like arrangement. And coming to the last topic or last aspect, I discovered that the light situation is also you have to also pay attention to it, because in these cases it's often the case that the appearance, that the visual appearance is very differently when you have the light source off or when you have the light source on, because the light source is in the middle of the lampshade, and if you use materials that let a little bit of light through, then the aesthetic changes. On the left side, if you have only external illumination, like sources illuminating the lampshade, you only see the outermost layer, and this might be, for example, this fish-like pattern. But if you turn on the light source in the middle, you begin to see at least the shape, the silhouette of all the layers that are still there, but hiding between the outermost layer. And that's also a thing I think that you have to keep in mind, that the appearance changes then. In this case, it's polypropylene, and I found out that this is until now my most favorite material, but it's not very easy to find a suiting material which is good in how much light is letting through, but that it's also being able to be laser cutted and have also the material behavior that I want. And I think the last thing that I wanted to show you is that it's also possible, sometimes not very nicely, but sometimes okay, to simulate or to predict how at least the structure, maybe not the shape of the lampshade, but the structure will look like when you make the light on. In this case, I did it very easily, that I had one possible shape that you can see on the left side, and if you just lower the opacity and copy and paste it and arrange it in the way that it will be arranged in the end, then you have different amount of layers, so you have light and darker areas, and this will show you how much material will be at which place. And in this case, it will also show you how the lampshade will look like with light source on, because whereas only one layer, it will be lighter in the end, and whereas 3 layers, it will be much darker in the end. So that's from me for now. Thanks.
Any questions?
Thank you for your interesting presentation. I'd like to ask something about the economical aspect. You have talked about the material utilization.
Yeah.
And it's also important for sustainability too, we know it. But what about the handwork? I think this kind of designs need lots of labor. For example, in textiles, we do mass production and we measure milliseconds. And we try to decrease the time of the labor, because the labor is the most expensive thing when you think about the textile. What about this production? Because if you make it as a hobby, yes, it will be very attractive to do it. You can just give your time, but if you try to make mass production, will it be affordable?
Yeah, of course, it's a good question and a very practical question, and that also decides how you continue now. And there, if you think about like products, there could be a way, but it's not my favorite, but it could be a way that you, and this exists also, that the customers get pieces and arrange them by themselves. That would be a possibility. I don't know how suited this product is for this, but it exists. Yeah, it could also be like an interactive or like a fun element, yes. But generally you're right that there's still this time needed. I found out that if you have, most of my designs were made out of paper, and this is difficult. You have to try that it not completely folds. But if you work with a plastic of like 0.4 or 5 millimeters, that it can be very fast to assemble. But still, you're right that this is like a question, and I think that is also a reason. If I contact companies, I think it's the best that would. Yes, and I think it would be lampshades that are on the higher price end and not in a big serial production, but more like companies that, like design companies with a big name and maybe higher prices, because it is like. Huh?
They will be like luxury.
Yes, maybe not. Yes, in this direction. There are some companies, but of course not super many. But maybe some of you heard of Slamp or Le Clint or Louis Paulsen. So there are some on the higher end, and that also involves like manual work. So it's nothing completely new. There are existing products also in industry that involve handwork. But of course, then most of them will be on the higher price end. Yeah.
The appearance of your lamps. Remember from design from the 70s, something like this, and especially when the light is on with this translucent effect. What I'm curious about is the transparent effects. Have you planned them or occurred them by, or did you produce them by accident?
Good question. About the 70s, I didn't think of, but you're right. Maybe because of the color also. Yeah. So this orange color and these circle patterns. Maybe you thought about like tapeten or I don't know. Yeah. Good question. Yeah, I think I just discovered it. I think in the beginning I didn't think of shaping it. I only wanted to have them together, the swings. And I didn't think yet of it that you could use the layers of it. But then I saw when I first started that these interlocking elements that I used in the beginning, looked a bit technical, but also a bit unwanted or unplanned. And then my main goal in the time then was to have them interacting also with each other. So in the first, it was like a sewing or knot, or I don't know, like defining the lines. But then when I also made the interlocking elements bigger, I tried that sometimes there's not this chaos going on, but also that they form another structure that maybe is not directly reminding you of the structure of the strings. Because also when I have had these emergent tracks or lines, they were in the so like 90 degrees to the direction of the strings. So I think that's an emergent structure on top of the original one, on top of the basic geometry.
Any other question? I want to ask one question. I want to ask actually about your material. You know, this source of light is also a source of the heat. Do you also do some experiment to your materials? Can they work especially long time under light or the heat? For example, this geometry can be affected by heat or the light.
Until now I didn't have heat because it's LED, they don't get heated.
No, I think it takes a long time of usage.
But so you think about the sustainability of these, or?
No, does it make any effect on your material what you use, the heat or the light in use of long time?
Not really. But also material choice is difficult. I'm happy if I find a material that is more or less suited, because I have to look if it's possible to be laser cut, because many plastics are toxic then. And then, yeah, you want to avoid plastics, but I didn't find other material that is working, and then it can't be too transparent. So the choice is very small for me. I think if I then pay attention to heat and yeah. But now I was starting to work on wood veneer. What is it in English? Like very, very thin wood, 0.2 or 3 millimeters. Sometimes it's on I think you call it sandwich material, so that it's a little bit more flexible and not breaking directly. And I think that could be also a thing. And in Spain, there's a company which does lights with only wood. They're called LZF lamps, if you want to look them up. And this could be also an opportunity. And then you have a beautiful like muzzle, like a pattern of wood. Could also be interesting. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Peter, for your
Nice designs and presentation. And now our next presentation is from engineer architect Helena Hlavkova. Unfortunately, she is not here with us in person, so we will listen her pre-recorded presentation. And her presentation is about emotional mapping in the landscape of the Jezera Mountains.
Good afternoon. Today I would like to present my research on over-tourism in the Jezera Mountains and introduce emotional mapping as both an analytical and design tool for landscape architecture. By accurately assessing over-tourism in the landscape, it is possible to identify the most burdened locations and better understand the mechanisms behind this overload. Today, we have access to a wide range of data sources that allow us to locate these areas and define conflicts with increasing precision. However, identifying problem locations is only the first step. The more important question is how these places can be adapted to new and growing demands. One of the key issues in contemporary landscapes is the emergence of what can be described as informational smog. This phenomenon is not limited to visual clutter, but reflects a deeper structural problem. The landscape is often managed by a large number of small-scale administrators. Instead of a coherent and high-quality vision, the result is a fragmented environment composed of overlapping and sometimes contradictory interventions. For visitors, this leads to confusion and disorientation. This situation became particularly visible during the COVID-19 pandemic, which lasted from February 2020 to May 2022. During this period, human behavior deviated significantly from the norm. Tourism experts often refer to this as an opportunity for domestic tourism. While this shift brought certain benefits, it also exposed the limited capacity of many landscapes to absorb a sudden increase in visitor numbers. This raises several important questions. How do we determine how many visitors is too many? How can we ensure visitor safety in increasingly crowded environments? And how can we protect the property and quality of life of local residents? A significant part of the problem lies in governance. Responsibilities are fragmented across different actors. Small municipalities primarily allocate resources to residents, while landscape administrators focus on natural assets. At the same time, the causes often originate in nearby urban centres. The Jazira Mountains form a plateau at an elevation of approximately 700 to 1,100 meters above sea level. They are characterized by a dense network of reinforced forest roads, originally constructed for timber extraction during the air pollution ecological crisis of the late 20th century. Today, these roads are widely used by pedestrians, cyclists, families with children, and people with limited mobility. In winter, this network becomes the backbone of the so-called Jazira arterial trail system, consisting of nearly 200 kilometers of groomed cross-country skiing routes. Every year, this attracts hundreds of thousands of visitors. However, this winter paradise results in extreme pressure on municipalities located at higher elevations. For example, the municipality of Bedjihov is regularly closed to incoming traffic during peak periods. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, visitor behavior has changed significantly. Visitors no longer arrive only on weekends, but throughout the entire week. Remote work has become more common, and mountain environments offer an attractive combination of clean air, tranquility, and recreational opportunities. Accommodation facilities increasingly provide high-quality Wi-Fi and suitable conditions for work. However, the current transport system still operates on a traditional weekday-weekend model. Visitors who would prefer not to use a car often have no viable alternative, especially outside peak times. Another important factor is the decreasing number of people per vehicle. According to data from the Liberec Region Data Portal, in 2010, there were on average 3.38 people per car travelling to the mountains. Last year, this number dropped to 1.68. This trend significantly contributes to the overloading of parking infrastructure in higher elevations. Long-term development strategies of the Liberec region indicate that protected landscape areas are not considered suitable for major structural changes. At the same time, nearby cities, particularly Liberec, suffer from a lack of high-quality public space. The city lacks parks suitable for sports, does not offer a continuous promenade, and provides limited safe pedestrian routes. According to quality of life rankings, Liberec performs poorly, especially in terms of public green space. As a result, the mountains increasingly function not only as a tourist destination, but also as a substitute for missing urban public space. For my research, I selected the Jazira Mountains as a case study for several reasons. According to annual reports of the Protected Landscape Area Administration, the region has long been under significant pressure. Due to the poor condition of public spaces in nearby cities, it functions both as a sports facility and as a peri-urban recreational landscape. Within a relatively small area, multiple types of conflict occur simultaneously. Data also show that visitor numbers are increasing faster than in comparable destinations. At the same time, the area is highly accessible to a wide range of users, including families with children and people with limited mobility. To better understand these dynamics, I developed an emotional map of the Jazira Mountains. This research combines geographic information systems, official reports, and user-generated data collected through a custom platform. As of April 2026, the dataset includes 848 responses, which represents a sufficiently robust basis for deeper analysis. At this point, it is important to explain what emotional mapping actually is. Emotional maps are a method of capturing how people subjectively experience space. Unlike conventional mapping, which focuses on measurable physical attributes such as distance, elevation, or land use, emotional mapping records perceptions, feelings, and personal evaluations. These may include sensations of comfort or stress, feelings of safety or danger, or experiences of clarity and confusion within a given environment. In a broader sense, emotional mapping is something we all use intuitively. People constantly create mental maps based on their experiences. We remember places we enjoy, avoid locations that feel uncomfortable, and choose routes that correspond to our preferences. Digital platforms also reflect this logic, as users evaluate places through ratings, comments, and shared experiences. What distinguishes emotional mapping in this research is that these subjective experiences are systematically collected, structured, and analyzed in spatial relation to one another. In this sense, emotional mapping operates as a bridge between qualitative and quantitative approaches. It transforms individual experiences into collective patterns that can be visualized and interpreted. Emotions are not treated as vague or secondary data, but as indicators of how well or poorly a space is functioning. They reveal spatial mismatches that are often invisible in purely technical analyses. Negative responses are particularly valuable for this research. Conflicts tend to occur in expected locations and clearly indicate that these spaces are incorrectly dimensioned for current levels of use. Many of these observations are justified. Our current habits provide comfort, but it is worth asking whether comfort is truly equivalent to quality of life. The aim is not to increase parking capacity in sensitive areas, nor to introduce more infrastructure into higher elevations. Based on this methodology, the analysis revealed 3 primary types of conflict zones. The first is the core area, the second is the threshold zone, and the third is the valley zone. These conflicts are not accidental. They are the result of a mismatch between infrastructure, regulation, and actual patterns of use. In other words, the issue is not the presence of visitors, but the way the landscape is currently organized. Based on these findings, I propose 2 main strategies. The first is the concept of an open arterial trail. Instead of strictly separating different user groups, this approach acknowledges that overlapping uses already occur. Rather than enforcing rigid and often ignored rules, the aim is to design spaces that can safely accommodate multiple forms of movement. This represents a shift from fixed norms towards a more adaptive, process-based approach. Rather than enforcing rigid rules, the aim is to design spaces that can safely accommodate multiple forms of movement. This represents a shift from fixed norms towards a more adaptive, process-based approach. This approach allows for a dynamic response to user behavior, shifting from fixed norms towards a more adaptive, process-based system, as evidenced by this network analysis. The second proposal is the introduction of a shuttle system for the Jazira Mountains. Instead of expanding parking infrastructure in environmentally sensitive areas, this system would encourage visitors to leave their cars in the valleys and continue their journey using public transport. Insights from the emotional map and from annual reports of the Protected Landscape Area Administration show that visitors are significantly affected by insufficient transport capacity, especially outside weekends, inadequate facilities near parking areas, and unsafe interactions between pedestrians and other forms of transport. When restaurants and service points are closed, visitors are left without basic amenities, which creates additional complications, particularly for people with disabilities, elderly visitors, families with children, or those traveling with animals. Large buses currently used in the region are not well suited to the mountainous terrain. Their operation on winding roads is uncomfortable for passengers. Parents with small children are often forced to leave strollers at the entrance and travel with unsecured children on their laps, while elderly visitors face difficulties when boarding and exiting. If visitors could be encouraged to park in valley municipalities, make use of local services, and continue into the mountains by shuttle, this would bring multiple benefits. Accommodation capacities in the valleys would gain importance. Cafes and restaurants could provide better comfort, and valley settlements would become attractive destinations in their own right. In the final segment of the journey, from railway stops to higher altitude entry points, there is currently a lack of shuttle connections, which could also serve local residents and improve overall accessibility. This system would reduce traffic in villages, improve safety, lower emissions and noise levels, and support local economies. Although this research focuses on a specific region, its implications are broader. It reflects a shift in landscape architecture from static planning towards adaptive systems, from top-down control towards user-informed design, and from attempting to eliminate conflict towards working with it as an inherent part of spatial use. To conclude, emotional mapping allows us to understand the landscape not only as a physical environment, but as a lived and experienced space. If we want to create more resilient and inclusive landscapes, we must move beyond controlling behavior and begin designing in response to it. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Dostarek, we are listening to you.
Good afternoon. My name is, like we already heard, Lukas Dostalek, and my presentation is about artificial intelligence in the age of, in the contemporary visual arts. I'm not really good in speaking English, so I will try to read this text, and I will show you some slides and images that will be important. So, maybe I can. Yeah. Okay. The main point of this presentation is simple. AI does not only generate images, it also changes how images are made, selected, and understood. In many cases, the author no longer creates the image directly by hand. Instead, the author writes a prompt, chooses between different outputs, and decides which image has meaning. This changes the role of the author and opens the question who or what takes place or part in the creating the image. So, it's important to say that this is not completely new. Art has worked with rules, chance, and automatic processes for a long time. Early computer art showed that the image does not have to come from the direct manual work. It can also come from rules, parameters, and calculation. Michael Knoll is one example. In the 1960s, he already worked with computer-generated images. For me, this example is important because it does not show technology as a replacement of the author, but as a tool. It shows that technology as tool can serve as an extension of human possibilities for creation. In 2018, AI-generated imagery became more visible to the public through the sale of portrait of Edmond de Bellamy at Christie's auction house. This is the first image that was sold, and it's generated by image, so it's very important. And this is the GAN. It's a software that was used before Midjourney, before DALL-E, and before Stable Diffusion to draw some landscapes generated by image. We know that the bigger chance, like I told, came later. It's because of DALL-E and Midjourney and Stable Diffusion, because in this moment, AI images stopped being only an experiment or a special event on the art market. They became a common tool for making visual content. So, the key point is not simply that AI exists, but how fast, on what scale it is changing the way images are made. These tools work with large amounts of data. The image is shaped by prompts, models, and statistical relations. The author often works through input, choice, and evaluation. These tools work with this changes not only the final image, but also the process behind it. The image becomes the result of a relationship between the human user, the data set, the model, and the selected output. Maybe I said this already. So, for me is more important this idea. It's about the three methods in which we can describe work with the artificial intelligence that is generating images. The first principle is variation. It's the moment when we have some motive, it is, or a reaction to a specific work, and the form changes, but it is still recognizable from which is like inspired, from which image is inspired. The second is appropriation. It's the moment when image, style, motif, or cultural code is taken from one context and used in a new one. And then it's approximation. That means that the image does not copy something exactly, it only comes close to a certain style, mood, or visual principle. These ideas are not new in art, but the artificial intelligence make them create images faster and more automatic. It's important because of this little study. We can see here some source of images. It's a lazy prompt writing, so you can see the name of the author and you can see the name of the artwork that I'm looking for. We can see here stable diffusion with some different kinds of data sets. The first is Dreamshaper, the second is Juggernaut, and we can see here that if we are adding a prompt, we get some variations, appropriations, or approximations. We can see that every model, every data set works with the data different. In the first, we can see Dreamshaper that is making not variations, but it's making some approximations. It's the starry night by the mood, by the visuals, but by the style, but it's not the starry night. Then we see Juggernaut, and we see here the variations in which some details are shifted, or it's not the ideal image, but it's a variation of it. Then we see here Edvard Munch, and we see here something that we can call an appropriation or approximation, depends on the image. Here we see some approximation. It's about the style. The woman is screaming, is some depressing mood. And then we see here some appropriation in this kind, that we can see the different context of the age in which everything is happening. In this second, we can see that it's a little bit closer to the Munch style, but it's not the artwork like in this way. It's depend on that here is no specified image that I'm looking for. But we can see that in this situation and in this situation, we can see faces of people that doesn't that are not really part of the image in the original sense. They are appended or like shifted in the image depending on the data set. So if we are looking on the internet, there is no way to see this woman in this image. So this is important because of authenticity and visual credibility. Then this leads to a problem of authenticity and trust. AI-generated images can look convincing, they can look realistic, scientific, or statistically familiar. At the same time, their origin is often unclear. We may not know what data they came from, how they were made, or what relation they have to reality. This makes it harder to distinguish between a record of reality and a synthetic construction. We can see here like 2 images and 1 photo. This is made in the Interbridge project. It's a simulation of the bubble paintings that were made with kids, and we used the stable diffusion model to get closer to the visual style of that medium. So it's not the medium, but it imitates the medium. So we can see here when it's printed, it looks really convincing. But the main part we can see here, it's an artwork, Web of Lies. It's also created here in the project Interbridge. It's in the cooperation with Jan Rouha. And we took real data from SEM, from an electronic microscope, and then not really trained, but subtrained or modified the stable diffusion model to create some authentic scientific visual data. This is the data set that was modifying it's just a sample, that was modifying the stable diffusion, and then here we see the images, and we can see here the source of something that is called denoising strange. It's the moment when we take the image, the base image, and we are blurring it into the latent space, and then we reconstruct it. This is important because on lower scale we can see the similarities to the original artwork, but when we go to the maximum of denoise strange, then we can see that the artificial intelligence is hallucinating, is creating new context and new images. This leads us also to another problem, that's rapid production of visually attractive images. In some cases, creation can become an overproduction of generic images. That is important because of if we are using the standard models like ChatGPT, DALL-E or Midjourney or something like that, it is one data set, and we can see how data set has influenced the resulting image in the variation, appropriation, and approximation scenario. So when we are using the same data sets, we can get similar images, and that's wrong because we are modifying the creativity to a catalog of images that we can choose from. This also creates ethical questions. For example, many artists have criticized that their use, the use of their artworks in training datasets without their consent. This was visible in the protest on ArtStation, where many users shared images marked with no AI. This is a platform for companies that making 3D graphics, 2D graphics for games and movies and etc. We can see that this is not a technical issue, it's also a question of authorship, style, and the right to decide how one's work can be used. This changes the role of the author. The author may move to direct making, to selecting, editing, and managing outputs. Creation can become less about forming the image by hand and more about choosing between results. This creates the tension between two ideas of creation. On one side, creation can be a process of research, attention, and knowledge. On the other side, it can be reduced to writing a prompt and choosing an output. I do not want to present AI only as a problem. It can also expand perception, imagination, and critical thinking depending on how it's used. Another important question is the question of autonomy. Some technical systems can respond to input, generate new results, and make limited choices within preset rules. In the art, this can create the idea of a work that develops within a certain level of independence from direct human control. But this does not mean that the system is fully independent. It still connects to the human choices, human design, and human interpretation. The boundary between a tool and a partner can become blurred, but the human role does not disappear. To conclude, I understand, this is just an example of how to use it properly. This is Soguan Chun. She uses AI trained on their own handwriting, hand drawing, and then she cooperates with the machine to create abstract artworks that are in her style. So it's important to show example how to use it. To conclude, I understand I am not as autonomous replacement for the human artist, but as a tool whose meaning depends on how it's used. The key question is, whatever these technologies expand human imagination and understanding, or whatever they lead us to delegate the imagination to the system. AI changes not only the tools of artistic creation, it changes authorship, authenticity, and the creative process itself. But for me, art is not only about the final result. It is also about the process of creation, reflection, and meaning. It is about the story that the work carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dostalek. And do you have any questions? Changes it can make.
Yeah, we as human beings need to interpret and make an interpretation of the image when we see it. The AI cannot do it. So we need to select images, and it's the work with generative AI is very good when we need to make preconcepts, when we need to make some visualizations, some studies, and it's not the final output, it's just a tool how to manage our work.
Thank you very much.
Did I respond to your question?
Yes.
Okay. Another question, please.
Another question? Okay.
So.
Thank you very much for your time. And now we can continue with our next speaker, Mr. Jan Roha from University of Liberec, Czech Republic. And his presentation is You Without Understanding Art, Digital Stimuli and the Limits of the Human Agency in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. Welcome, and we are listening to you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jan Roha. My colleague is previous Lukáš Dostálek. We are working very similar in the very similar way, but my topic now is very philosophical and theoretical instead of Lukáš. So, technology is changing us. The question is, do we even notice it? The real problem today is not technology itself, but the fact that we use it without understanding it. We live in an environment we created ourselves. Yet we are gradually losing the ability to understand it. And maybe that is exactly why it feels so natural. I work in the intersection of art, technology, and research. In practice, this means I create interactive installations, games, and digital systems, but not as a finished object, rather as situations. Situations in which I try to disrupt what feels obvious. I'm interested in the moment when a person realizes that what they perceive I'm interested in the moment when a person realizes that what they perceive is not reality, but its interpretation. In my work, I use the concept of digital stimulus, not as an image or sound, but as an intervention into perception. A digital stimulus is not only what we see. It is something that changes us through speed, rhythm, reaction, expectation. And the more technology improves, the less we are forced to understand it. It works, it responds, it adapts, and we gradually adapt to it. And at that point, it becomes difficult to say who is shaping whom. When we talk about technology, we often describe it as a tool, something we use, something we control. But this comparison is no longer sufficient. A tool is something we understand. A hammer, a knife, a pen. We know how they work, and we understand their consequences. With digital technologies, this knowledge disappears. We use systems whose internal logic we do not know, we act in environments we cannot fully see, and we respond to stimuli whose origin we often cannot trace. Digital environments are largely black boxes. We see the input, we see the output, but the process in between remains hidden. And yet, we act within it every day. We click, we react, we make decisions, and we believe these are our decisions. But the question is, to what extent? Because digital stimuli are not passive. They do not wait for us. They shape us. Through response time, through information overload, through attention mechanisms. We gradually adapt to a certain rhythm, a certain intensity, a certain expectation of immediacy. And everything slower, more complex, or uncertain becomes uncomfortable. This is not only a technological change, it is a change in perception. And perhaps also a change in what we are willing to consider as true. Because in an environment where there is more information than we can process, quality stops being the deciding factor. Availability matters, speed matters, form matters. And in this environment, the ability to distinguish begins to collapse. Not because we don't want to, but because we no longer have the capacity. And that, for me, is the real problem. Not technology itself, but the gap between how fast it develops and how slowly we learn to understand it. My work is not about solving this problem, and I don't think it can be solved. Technological development cannot be stopped, and it probably shouldn't be. What we can change is how we exist within this environment, and this is where I try to work. Not as a developer of tools, but as someone who creates situations in which the problem becomes visible. My projects are based on simple principles. At first glance, they make sense. They are intuitive, people know what to do. But something else is happening underneath. Something not immediately visible, something that disrupts the feeling of control. I'm interested in the moment when the participant realizes that their actions have consequences they cannot see, or that they are not only one involved, or that the system they are in operates differently than they assumed. It's not about tricking people. It's about creating a small moment of uncertainty, a pause, disruption, a moment when a person steps out of automatic behavior and begins to ask, what am I doing? Why am I doing it? And what is happening when I do it? In this sense, I see art as a tool of awareness, not as decoration, not as entertainment, but as a way to disrupt what feels obvious. Transcendental Snake is one of my last projects during the PhD studies. At first glance, it seems almost trivial. The player holds a phone and tilts it to control movement in space. They simply move. They leave behind a line and trace of their path. But the system is not private. Each player enters the same shared field. Everyone starts from the center. Everyone draws their own trajectory. And each player can become an obstacle for others. The collision is not dramatic. It is not an explosion. It is not punishment in traditional sense. It is an interruption, a stop, a loss of continuity, and a sudden realization that the space I was moving through was never mine alone. Because the player acts individually, but the consequences are collective. Each person creates an environment for others without directly communicating with them. And at the same time, they move within a space already shaped by others. It is a simple principle. And precisely because of that, it closely resembles the digital public space. We leave traces there as well. We act individually, we rarely see the whole. And yet, we constantly collide with the trajectories of others. For me, this is one of the clearest images of our current condition, isolated individuals inside a shared system. When we talk about technology today, much of the discussion focuses on artificial intelligence. On one side, fascination. On the other, fear. But both perspectives seem insufficient to me, because the problem is already here. AI works very well, even without us understanding how it works. And that brings us back to the same principle: use without understanding. I use AI in my work. It helps me generate tools, write simple programs, speed up processes. But I try not to accept it as an author. I see it as a system that allows me to work faster, but not necessarily better. And that is where I see the risk. Not that AI is too powerful, but that we might stop being attentive. That we start accepting outputs without understanding their origin. That we begin to trust systems that remain fundamentally opaque. Ethics. Digital environments are not neutral. Every intervention has consequences, not only technical, but human. They influence how we perceive the world, how we react, how we think. In this sense, an artist is not just a creator. They are a participant and a responsible actor. Lack of understanding is not an excuse, perhaps the opposite. The less we understand the system we act in, the more careful we should be, not less. For me, ethics is not about rules. It is about attention. Technology is changing us. The question is, do we even notice it? If we stop understanding what we use, we may gradually stop understanding ourselves. And the greatest risk of artificial intelligence may not be that it starts thinking, but that we stop. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roha. And do you have any questions? Yes, please.
My question is the first image. What was it?
Yes, I don't like images when I'm speaking about theoretical background or something, some feelings. And the first image is installation at building A in our campus of university, and this is LED panels which reacts on the microphone inside the building, and we can see the visualization of sound. When you throw the rock, stone into the water, you see the circles from the center, and the same principle is used here. And this is installation about connecting the outside and inside of building to one complex. And you can see when the students are running out of the classrooms, and you see the big lightning on the facade. And when the school is without students, you see nothing. And this is one of project which is working with the feeling of situation and making the situation when you need to stop, see, look at something, and you can think about why is this, what is this, how it works, and your brain needs some rest, and artistic installation can let you this rest and let you thinking about something.
Another question? And can I ask?
Sure.
Today, what do you think about the artificial intelligence? Is it an opportunity or is it a threat?
I talked about that. I think it doesn't matter. We have this situation. We need to work with it. If you close before the AI, rest of world not. You are out of the box now, and we have. There is no choice. I think I think we need to cultivate our brain, our mind to use it in the normal way, not let the AI think instead of us. And I think there is no yes or no. There is just this time and this situation, and we need to. We can't stop thinking.
Okay, we have to cooperate with
Yes.
artificial
It's
intelligence.
a tool. It's a hammer.
Yes. So thank you very much for your presentation. And now we will continue with Mr. Winhard.
Okay. Okay, so because I'm myself, I'm not an artist or designer, so I'm gonna present some objects created by the greatest artist in our world, nature and its physical principles. I think every one of you recognize this structure immediately. It's a soap bubble. And normally it's a fragile thing which you may play with it in your childhood, or maybe and you come to the conclusion that a sphere is the most efficient way to encapsulate this volume. And the worst is, for example, can be a cone or a cubic structure. So if you have just one material, like your soap film, the only way to reduce the overall energy is to reduce the surface needed. And I think no one ever saw a cubic or cylindric soap bubble in his life. So that's the reason why droplets are round and why bubbles are spheres. And so everything is precedes lowest amount of surface in this case of soap films. And we are, in the past, there were many scientists working on this, tried to answer some questions why the nature is creating objects like this. And one of them was Joseph-Antoine Ferdinand-Plateau. He was a Belgian scientist in the 19th century and experimented with soap bubbles. And he found two major rules how soap bubbles interact with each other. And if, for example, the first rule was that if 3 soap bubbles come in contact, they all create a intersections with an angle of 120 degrees to each other. And this comes from a balance of forces. Because if you think of the surface of a soap bubble as a membrane with under tension load, all of these soap bubbles with equal sizes pull with the same force. And even if soap bubbles meet with less than 120 degrees, 3 of them, then these pulling forces, these tensions, proceed to an angle of 120 degrees. And the second rule was that if 4 soap bubbles meet, they create 4 edges, and all of them are oriented in an angle of around 109.5 degrees. And this is also just driven by force balancing of forces. And you may already have seen this, at least in school, because this tetrahedral structure also can be seen in chemical molecules. For example, here for methane, with the carbon atom in the center and the 4 hydrogen atoms at the end of the branches. And these are the 2 fundamental rules Plateau found, and we can easily try to prove if he was right by creating a film of soap. So 2 soap bubbles with equal size form a plane, a phase, because the inner pressures are cancelling out each other. And when we add a third bubble to this, then we have created these 120 degrees. And I can show you this closer look. From the top, you can easily see the 120 degrees of these edges. And when you add many more, they get created again. Doesn't matter where you look at. Each edge here has a 120 degree angle. And we can, an agglomeration of these bubbles also creates, you can zoom in as much as you want. You will always find this 180 degrees in a plane or in the top view, or this 109 degrees in 3-dimensional space. And for the ones who couldn't see this closely, here are pictures of these experiments. And we can also see this for not only for soap bubbles itself, but also for geometric, different geometries. We can again find here these 109 degree angles. And if we add another surface, now we can, for a moment we were able to see the saddle structure, like this. Sometimes they fight against you. This. Okay, now here we have this saddle structure. Might be also familiar in mathematics, so three-dimensional, and yeah. Now it's working. So we have here the 109 degree angles again. And if we add another surface, it doesn't worked quite well before, but now when it matters. So now again we get these 109 degrees again, and and we can also make this bigger if we want. And we also can see this in many other geometric shapes. For example, here maybe at first intuitively you thought the films might be formed here in this bigger faces, but no, here's no soap film. They all met in the center because this was the lowest energetic state they could find. And also here with octahedral, with a dodecahedron, you can see it tries to create this in the middle again, and again it meets here always at 109.5 degrees, all these edges again. So we can see even with more complex structures, we find this these two fundamental rules of plateau every time. And there are not only scientists who have fun to play with this kind of experiments. There was also an architect from a village which is now part of Chemnitz. His name was Frei Otto, and he experimented with soap films quite a lot, made wire frames. Also here this tent-like structure, and here in the middle it's there is no soap film, so we have here a tent-like structure enclosed between two wire frames. And he saw that, or he understood that he can give just the boundary conditions and let nature form the most efficient solution. Here again, a wireframe structure of him with for a tent-like structure, and his experiments not only left as experiments, they resulted in real buildings. For example, everything in light-white structures which were under tension load, membrane-like structures. Here on the left corner, you can see a pavilion from 1957, or this other tent-like structure inspired him to create the German pavilion in the Expo 1967 in Montreal. Or another, maybe his biggest, the biggest result of his ideas, the Olympic Park in Munich for the Olympic Games in 1972. So, again, back to the initial question, why nature often creates such beauty and such elegance. It's maybe just not that nature wants beauty, but it's just strive to reduce energy and to create balance. So maybe there's no perfect answer to this, but perhaps the beauty in nature is sometimes just the visible signature for optimization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reinhardt. And any questions? I want to ask one question. How can we use these experiments what you showed in teaching?
Maybe as inspiration for example in mathematics, because getting something such visible and beautiful results. This is always all these results are something which can be also nowadays calculated. It's optimization, but to to experiment this practically with your own hands is often an inspiration for new ideas, or especially someone working in the field of architecture. This can be a great source of inspiration, or also for solving optimization problems in a more practical way.
Thank you very much. One more question.
Yes. Yeah. Are all of these surfaces always hyperbolic?
Not always, because of course you can create a flat surface as well. That's also possible. But if you disturb it in any case, or shape the boundary conditions, give specific boundary conditions, then of course often the shapes are hyperbolic. Yeah, because this comes from the balancing forces of the membrane forces, which often appears as a hyperbolic solution. Yeah.
One more question is coming.
When working on stability, I came across the word minimal surface in mathematical word. Is it by coincidence, there's always a minimal surface?
Yeah. If this always minimal surface was, these are just local minimums. So if I lift one of these, for example, one of these geometries, the current minimum state is like this. But if I get rid, for example, of this region, then it finds a new solution for this. This is the current local minimum. So current, but the more dynamic the system is, the easier it changes, of course. So there is never a purely minimum solution, but a locally one. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Winter. It was very interesting presentation and the demonstration. And now we can continue with our next speaker, Mr. Vladislav Krish. He is from University of Technology Brno, Czech Republic, and he will be presenting on fractals, the beauty hidden in a mathematical concept.
Perfect. Okay. Hello, everyone. I have a very simple opening question to all of you. Do you know what's this? It's a grape. Great. Do you think this shape or object is complex? Depends on what do you mean by complexity, right? If we look, for example, at the genome of what makes grape, and we count all the data which is behind how the nature programs this simple one object, we will find out that we can somehow summarize this down to about 25 megabytes of data. Maybe some of you were expecting a little higher number, but maybe some of you expecting something a little less. Nonetheless, if we look at what can we get from this grape, we get all the wines, we get all of the culture behind this, we can get all of the information our entire society has been fighting for over hundreds of years. Now, this was just one example of how, let's say, a little bit of data produced a very large, complex system. My second favorite example of this such a complex system is, for example, the game of chess, my very favorite game. The rules of chess are, let's say, relatively speaking, quite simple. If we were to write it down on a sheet of paper, we could get to about 20 lines of the basics, how to play chess. Not the strategies, of course, but just how the pieces move. But if we were right now to count how many games are there possible, we will get somewhere about 10 to the power of 120, which is much, much higher than the number of atoms in the known universe. So how can we get from, relatively speaking, simple equations, simple sets of rules, to these high, intricate, complex systems? Let's say the mascot of today's conference was an image of a fractal, so you might somehow know where I'm aiming with my today's talk. I don't have a presentation, as it's, well, let's say, quite popular these days in here. I vibe coded something from scratch just for today's occasion. The thing behind me right now is an app which was made with about 3 to 5 prompts. But let's, for now, ignore this and let's focus on the simplicity of how we can take something very easy to explain to, let's say, a small child, and how we can visualize the very complex outputs of these systems. So if we start with, let's say, the first idea which I have here, is that complexity does not always have to be derived from many, many rules. Just if you add more rules, it does not necessarily mean that you are adding complexity to a system. Sometimes adding more rules, contrary to what might be our first thought, makes the system even less complex. So with fractals and the obsession which stands behind them, This is, let's say, the number one idea which we always are trying to explain, that the fractals are very, very simple. It's usually just one very simple idea which in order you need to understand it, you just need to know some very basic elementary math. One equation, 3 words. I will today, let's say, take you on a very quick journey of how we can get to fractals, but before we do that, let's start by a simple equation. It's not really necessary to know how this equation came to be, but if we look at what is inside of the equation, we will just see that it's some kind of an iteration. It's one simple rule. It's the x n of plus 1, so the next step will be some, let's say, first there are some variable called r, and then there will be some repeating steps, and we will do this repetition, and the result will be changing based on what will be the initial parameter r be chosen at. So let's look at what we will get from the simulation if we plug in some random numbers, right? This is what you will get for, let's say, a randomly chosen r parameter. In here it's 3.2. I have randomly chosen this parameter, and from this simple equation we will get a very, let's say, nice oscillation in between two values. It looks very stable. So let's see what we can get if we plug in some random number. There's the cursor here. So let's try to add there 2.7. We only changed one number down by 0.5. Just changing this, let's say, and making a very little difference in between these two, the system behaves completely differently. And not just that, even if we start at a different, let's say, universe with different values, it always converges to the same value, just based on the selected r. For some values, we can, however, get much complicated and complex solutions. This is a multi-periodic scenario in which it oscillates between 4 different values. And you probably know where I'm going with this, because for some other, we will get a completely random outcome. This is a chaotic regime of this same equation. And just choosing one number randomly, we will get, this is not random, by the way, this is totally deterministic, but just by choosing the correct initial parameter, you can get very different outcomes. So the next logical idea that we might have is, that's interesting, how we can map for what R's produce a stable outcome and what R's produce periods, maybe multi-periodic systems, and which are completely chaotic. So if we do exactly that and we look at what's the outcome, we will get a map. It's still the same equation, but this time we can look at the outcome as a map of what different values initially chosen, what do they produce. And if we plot the outcomes into this map, and we will see what does it look like, and we plot it on a chart, we will get this thing which you might have seen called the bifurcation chart. What you can see right now in here is that this is just the different values of R. So it's stable for a long time. It always converges to one value. Then boom, something happens. And you have an oscillation between 2 values. Boom, oscillation between 4 values. But if we look at what's happening in some of the, let's say, more chaotic times, you will see that suddenly there's parts full of chaos. Very deterministic chaos, but still chaos. Nothing could lead to a prediction of what would happen there before we will start even looking at those numbers. But sometimes the chaos collapses and voila, you can get back to a stable era. It's the same thing as in the beginning. The chaos suddenly starts oscillating between hundreds, thousands of different values, and it goes back to 1, 2, 4 different periods. So if we continue and we look at what's next, what's the third part of what can we do with this information, that sometimes there is chaos coming out from very simple rules. And we think about what does it actually mean to draw a fractal. Fractal, you've probably seen many different use cases, and most of the time you see fractals being those very intricate self-similar shapes, which almost every popularistic YouTube video shows about. But it's not always the case. Fractals are not typically self-similar, but those ones who are often the most, let's say, interesting ones to us. If we take the same equation, the same one which produced this, and we expand this to the complex plane, and we somehow try to plot this in a computer, and we ask ourselves, if we choose this specific point on the complex plane, what happens? Does it explode and run ad hoc, or does it convert to some very nice value? And if we do that, and we again do some calculations, and we plot it on a 2D complex plane, the x-axis is the real one, complex one is the y-axis, you will get something which you are probably very familiar with, and we get to the Mandelbrot. The Mandelbrot is basically just the same equation, very easy equation, applied to itself over and over again. And this is probably let's say, a very nice demonstration of how a very simple rule can lead to a very nice and complex outcomes. You've probably seen the you should have seen the let's hope that it doesn't explode. So you've probably seen the large one, but you know that sometimes there are these, let's say, very nice popular videos when you can zoom in infinitely on the Mandelbrot set. This is just a vibe-coded application made in under 10 minutes, so it will not be infinitely scaling. However, we can still do a little bit of an exploration. So if we zoom in on some specific part of that, you can get these very nice and aesthetically pleasing sections of the black is the part in which it converges to some value, and the colors mean how many steps did it take for it to escape to infinity. So this is just one part. Then there is a part called the Seahorse Valley. And my favorite part is not necessarily an interesting one, but if you zoom in very, very closely, and I will zoom out for a second. If you zoom in very, very closely on this small dot on the left side, what you will get is the same exact thing, just pushed a little bit to the left and much, much smaller, 1 to 1. So fractals are not typically self-similar. However, it's a trend that very often tends to be. So what we can take away from this is that this Mandelbrot is, let's say, just a nice visualization, and the next steps, of course, there needs to be some next steps. So what are the next steps, right? If we, again, take the same equation and we just alter and change a little bit the starting scenarios. If you remember, in the first system, it was the oscillations. No matter which initial point we chose, it still somehow got to either being stable, or it still somehow jumped very quickly to it being oscillating between two values. So what if, instead of doing this on the XY axis on the complex plane, we turn it around, we pick a point, and we map the initial values and how it acts with these initial values. from this, you can get something also very similar to the Mandelbrot set called the Julia set, which is just a catalog of all of the possible pixels in the Mandelbrot set. So a Mandelbrot set can be read as a catalog of all possible Julia set worlds. Again, a little abstract for non-mathematicals, but if you look at this, this is just the Mandelbrot set, and we are right now just choosing different points there. If you choose something in the middle, you will get this very boring potato. A grape, if you like. But if we look, for example, somewhere completely outside, you will get, again, nothing interesting. The interesting thing happens the second you zoom in on the edge of the Mandelbrot set, and you pick a point somewhere here, for example. And then you can do just, let's say, a little small steps. I will very gently go around the Mandelbrot set, and you will see that just a very, very similar small change of what you can take as an initial point, you can get something completely different. Again, there are some, let's say, already named sections of this. Mathematicians are obsessed with naming the different parts of the Mandelbrot set or the Julia sets. And so then there are the dendritic ones, there is a spiral, and there's a branching one, some detailed spirals, rich boundaries, so on and so on. Again, all of these things are calculated from that one simple equation which you've seen in the beginning. That either was a flat line or it was oscillating. You see that I'm in the step 4 out of 5, so of course there will be something extra. So where can we take this from now on? So we have worked with the initial values, we have worked with the complex plane, we have worked the combination of both of these. So we choose a random initial value in the complex plane that produce the Julia sets. So what is the next step? Well, of course, obviously, the next step is to go 3D, right? Sadly, if we right now take the Mandelbrot set and we try to apply it in a 3D, you will fail. The mathematics doesn't hold up, and if you just add a third dimension, how would you calculate it? It does not really work. Even if you try to go to 4D and work with quadrillions, it still collapses and there is no interesting behavior. Adding more complexity does not necessarily give you more interesting results. However, what you can do with mathematics is that you can alter the coordinate system, and you can look at the different, the different points on the complex plane through, I forgot the English name. Yes, I forgot. It's the set of coordinates where instead of the xy value, you look at the angle and the distance from the, yes, exactly that. So what happens if we do this exact same thing, but instead of the x and y coordinates on the complex plane, we choose this. And we try to map it in 3D space, because right now we have 3 different numbers from which we can take and we can plot, and then we try to visualize this. I hope my computer doesn't burn, because it's also live streaming in the same moment. So let's try to look at this. It burns only a little. This, by the way, is a fully 3D rendered system of the Mandelbrot set with just a little changed point of coordinates which we take. I'll try to zoom in a little bit. So at this point, we are reaching the level of complexity of the, let's say, the chess games or all of the books which have been written by everyone who tasted wine in their lifetime. This is, let's say, complexity which I find myself very beautiful. And what I think I find even more beautiful is that this complexity stood from just one very simple equation in which we looked into, we expanded a little bit on it, but in the end, this is just a very nice and easy visualization of what can be done from simple starting point. So, to conclude this, I'd like to let you think for a second about fractals, that they are not just these fancy abstract things which you see online that mathematics are obsessed with. On the other hand, when we understand fractals, we no longer merely see unusual images. You, hopefully, no longer merely see some unusual images. And I hope that from now on you can begin to perceive how simplicity can generate complexity. Fractals are not just shapes, they are traces of repeated rules. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions?
I have two questions.
Yes.
First one, the equation is one of the logistic family?
Yes, yes. It's for which one? For the first one? Or?
For everything.
Yes, it's basically just a repeating, iterative approach of what can happen in logic. Yes, in logic family.
Okay, the second question, what definition of fractal are you using? Because sometimes I've seen the definition as a self-repeating structure, and you said that not always is the case, so I was wondering which definition are you using?
You are putting me on a very thin ice in here. Myself, I don't like just the self-similar fractals, although they are the most commonly and easy to explain. I like to think about fractals as any shape which does not have which has a non-integer dimension. This is a completely another field, but if you try to calculate a dimension of something based on how much it scales, when you, let's say, make it double in size, with fractals you will not get a whole number like 3 for 3D, right? So with fractals the dimension is 2.16 something for the Mandelbrot set. So this is something which I like to use more as a definition for fractals.
So you use the fractal dimension to...
Yes. Okay. Any more questions?
Thank you very much for this beautiful presentation, Mr. Krish.
Thank you.
And now we can continue with our next speaker, Mr. Jakub Kornel. He will not be presenting here in person, and we will listen to his presentation from video. And the presentation is on beauty arising from almost impossible tasks.
Hot, very loud environment. High stress, crowded with particles trying to reach their destination while constantly clashing with each other on their way. This could describe a social situation that I assume many of us have encountered at some point in our lives. However, these are also some of the conditions that rocket engineers have to work with. As we can imagine from the social example, such conditions are not very pleasant for the materials involved. Rocket engines operate in environments where temperatures exceed the melting point of any metals. Pressures are extremely high, vibrations are intense and violent, and gases move at supersonic speeds. Under these conditions, even a small design mistake can lead to a catastrophic failure. And yet, surprisingly, solutions to these problems are often very beautiful. They form intricate patterns and shapes, organic-looking channels, and glowing structures that almost appear artistic. But unlike traditional art, This beauty is not created for decoration, it arises from necessity. My name is Jakub Kornel from the Czech Technical University in Prague, and today I will talk about the art that arises from almost impossible requirements and tasks. I will argue that some of the most beautiful designs are those that are shaped only by function. Every curve, channel, blade, or pattern exists because physics demands it. There is no unnecessary decoration. The beauty comes from the fact that the solution is efficient, precise, and brutally honest. Of course, in the initial example, I omitted many important requirements of rocket propulsion system. One of them is the need to seal hot gases and high-pressure fluids. This requirement in a very hot and high-pressure environment leads to some truly remarkable designs. On the picture, you can see a cross-section of turbomachinery. A turbopump is one of the most critical parts of many fluid rocket engines. Its task is to deliver large amounts of fuel and oxidizer into the combustion chamber at very high pressure. To do this, it often rotates at tens of thousands of revolutions per minute. This means that the components inside experience extreme mechanical stress, high fluid velocities, and very small tolerances. And as mentioned before, one of the major challenges is sealing. In ordinary machines, we might use standard contact seals, such as rubber or polymeric seals, but in rocket turbomachinery, this is often impossible. The temperatures, pressures, rotational speeds, and chemical environment are too extreme. A simple contact seal would wear out, overheat, or fail quickly. Instead, engineers use more advanced sealing systems, such as labyrinth seals. These seals do not rely on direct contact. Instead, they create a long and complicated path for the fluid to pass through, sort of a labyrinth. The gas or liquid loses pressure as it moves through a series of small gaps, chambers, and sharp changes in direction. This result is not a perfect seal, but a controlled leakage that the system can tolerate. From the outside, these shapes can look almost decorative. They may resemble fine grooves, rings, or miniature architectural structures. But every detail has a purpose: to reduce leakage, survive high-speed rotation, and prevent dangerous mixing of fuel, oxidizer, or hot gases. Their beauty comes from the fact that they are shaped by the conflict between motion, pressure, heat, and material limits, while also considering manufacturing capabilities and options that the developer has. After that, or in some engine cycles even before, the gases are fully combusted, the propellants must pass through another very intricate and, in my opinion, very beautiful system, the regenerative cooling channels around the combustion chamber and nozzle. The inside of a rocket combustion chamber is exposed to extremely high temperatures. In many engines, the gas temperature is far above the melting point of the chamber wall material. So the obvious question is, why does the engine simply not melt? One of the main answers to this kind of task or problem is regenerative cooling. In this system, cold fuel is routed through many narrow channels in the walls of the combustion chamber and nozzles before it enters the injector. As the fuel flows through these passages, it absorbs heat from the wall. This cools the structure and at the same time preheats the fuel, which can improve the overall efficiency of the engine. The resulting geometry can be incredibly complex. The cooling channels may form dense, repeated patterns that wrap around the chamber and the nozzle. They can look like veins, roots, or biological tissue. Again, this is not decoration. The pattern is created by the need to remove heat evenly, avoid local hotspots, maintain structural strength, and keep the pressure losses within acceptable limits. After the propellants enter the chamber, they are ejected, atomized, mixed, and burned. The hot gases then expand through a de Laval nozzle, where the thermal energy is converted into directed kinetic energy. In simple terms, the nozzle turns heat and pressure into velocity of the gas. At the exit of the nozzle, the exhaust can travel at supersonic speeds, like it almost always does travel at supersonic speed. Under the right conditions, it forms one of the most visually striking phenomena in a propulsion of the rocket, which is Mach diamonds. Mach diamonds are bright, repeating patterns visible in the exhaust plume of a rocket engine or jet engine. They appear when the pressure of the exhaust leaving the nozzle does not perfectly match the surrounding atmospheric pressure. The flow then repeatedly expands and compresses through shock waves and expansion waves. The pressure changes also affect temperature and density, which makes parts of the plume glow differently. To the observer, Mach diamonds look like a sequence of luminous shapes inside the exhaust. They are very beautiful, almost unreal, but to an engineer, they are also a visible sign of supersonic fluid dynamics. They show that the exhaust is adjusting itself to the surrounding atmosphere. In this case, the equations of compressible flow become something that we can actually see. And at first, Mach diamonds may seem less useful than a turbopump seals or cooling channels. They do not directly hold the engine together, and the mission does not depend on whether the plume looks beautiful. But I would argue that this kind of beauty is still important. The visual beauty of rocket systems inspires people. It captures attention. It can make children interested in science and engineering. It can make the public care about technology that are otherwise extremely complex and difficult to understand, and public imagination matters. Large engineering projects do not exist only because of equations and materials, they also exist because societies decide that they are worth supporting. And especially in democratic countries, public opinion influences funding, education, regulation, and the long-term direction of technological development. If people see rockets as noisy machines or expensive tools, they may not understand why they matter. But if they also see them as symbols of exploration, creativity, and human capability, then these machines gain a deeper cultural meaning. At the beginning of this presentation, I compared the environment inside the rocket propulsion system to a difficult social situation: hot, loud, stressful, and full of particles trying to reach their destination while colliding along the way. Now, I would like to return to that comparison, but from the opposite direction. We have seen that physical problems can create beautiful technical solutions: labyrinth seals, regenerative cooling channels, and Mach diamonds. But I believe there is an even greater beauty behind them. That beauty is found in the human systems that make such engineering possible. Rocket science is not created by isolated individuals, it is created by teams. It requires cooperation between designers, analysts, technicians, machinists, programmers, test engineers, students, teachers, and many others. These social systems are also intricate, complex, and sometimes under enormous pressure. They include disagreements, failures, deadlines, uncertainty, and risk. But they also include friendship, shared excitement, shared disappointment after failure, support during difficult problem solving, trust between team members, and the collective joy when something finally works out. In that sense, the most impressive art created by near impossible requirements is not only the shapes of a cooling channel or the glow of a rocket plume, it is the human collaboration behind it. It is the ability of people to organize themselves around a problem so difficult that no single person could solve it alone. At the end, I want to include some of those teams. And on the picture, you can see team that sent first humans to moon, team of Apollo 11, collaborating on the mission. And here is a newer team from SpaceX that also helps to advance rocket science these days. And that's the beauty that I believe comes from almost impossible tasks and requirements. Thank you for your time and attention.
We are coming to the end of our conference, and I would like to invite Dr. Hanna Kryzhova for her closing speech. She is a leader of our project Interbridge.
Let me present you short presentation at the end of our conference. This presentation was prepared in case when some speaker was unable to present. Fortunately, all speakers were ready, but yeah, this short presentation is outside the program, so take it as a small bonus from me. Tohle si nemusíte číst. Tam to je. Jejda, tohle to budu muset. Okay. I would like to take you on a small scientific journey in the past. It will be a journey connected with medieval manuscripts, alchemy, nanostructures, chemistry, and surprisingly also modern material science. Because sometimes contemporary science can discover why historical technologies worked and why they sometimes failed. Iron gall nut ink was the dominant writing ink in Europe for more than 1,000 years. It was used for manuscripts, chronicles, drawings, official documents, scientific notes. Many historical texts were written using this ink, documents that shaped European culture. The basic principle of this ink is surprisingly elegant. Polyphenols from oak galls react with iron ions and create dark iron complexes. These complexes gradually oxidize and form pigment particles. So in reality, the ink is not the true solution, but this is a colloidal suspension of pigment nanoparticles. Oak galls are fascinating structure. They are created when a gall wasp lays eggs into oak tissue, and the plant reacts by producing protective tissues rich in tannins and polyphenols. And these compounds later became the basis of the historical ink. But the problem of this ink was it is chemical unstable. Pigment particles gradually aggregated, sedimented, and the ink aged poorly. Even worse, iron ions in this ink catalyzed degradation of paper and parchment, which is a bit of paradox. Iron gall ink helped preserve history, and on the other side, it destroyed it. So as a result, many historic documents were partially or completely destroyed. Medieval scribes already knew that the ink needed stabilization. Therefore, Arabic gum was commonly added and it improved viscosity, gloss, partially stabilized the colloidal system, but only partially. And here begins our small scientific sci-fi. During my experiments, I asked what would happen if medieval scribes had access to modern polymer stabilizer, specifically sodium carboxyl methylcellulose, CMC, that was material invented only in 9047. Carboxymethylcellulose is a cellulose derivative, widely used today in food, cosmetics, pharmaceutical formulations. It acts as thickener, stabilizer, colloid protector, and of course, medieval alchemists had no access to it. Results were very, very interesting. This table compares pigment particle sizes in 3 different iron gall inks, 3 different recipes. The first ink contained only gallic acid, tannin, and ferrous sulfate without any stabilizer. The second ink was stabilized using traditional Arabic gum, and the third formulation contained sodium carboxymethylcellulose as a modern stabilizer. That was very interesting that particle sizes were particle sizes were measured after 1 hour and 1 day of aging, and differences in stability were very significant. The unstabilized ink started aggregating very, very quickly. After 1 hour, about 60%. Kde je ukazovátko? Kde to má ukazovátko? Nesvítí. Okay. About 60% was aggregate after 1 hour. was aggregate after one hour, and after 1 day, some aggregates of this first ink grew up to approximately 4-5 micrometers. In contrast, inks stabilized with Arabic gum and especially with CMC remained much more stable, with almost all particles still remaining in the nanometer range even after 24 hours. And these results are not here, but ink stabilized with carboxymethylcellulose was stable even after few months. Another surprising observation appeared in absorption spectra. Ink containing carboxymethylcellulose showed dramatically higher absorbance because that's these curves, because carboxymethylcellulose worked as a chromic agent, which means the ink was much darker. And this was a very surprising result of this experiment. Even more interestingly, absorption maxima appeared around 580 nanometers, which means that medieval black ink was chemically actually dark purple, but human eyes simply perceived it as black. Of course, this is just science fiction or small chemistry time machine, but if medieval scribes and chroniclers had carboxymethyl cellulose at their disposal, they would have had much darker ink, much more stable ink, and most importantly, their written documents would have a much better chance of surviving the centuries. Today, artificial intelligence may help us analyze historical manuscripts, predict degradation processes, reconstruct historical recipes, or digitally restore damaged documents. In this way, modern AI technologies may unexpectedly help us better understand the chemistry of the past. Thank you for your attention. Only number 2, please.
Do you have any other questions? No? So I will ask then one question. You described this TNC almost a material from the future for medieval scribes. And if you had any chance that you can send any technology to back to the Middle Ages, what do you think about it? What you would send and how it affects us today?
Yeah. This is actually a very difficult question. It reminds me a little the Star Trek movie, especially the Voyage Home, where Captain Kirk with his crew and with Enterprise ship takes this crew back to the past and gives the formula of transparent aluminium to engineers, not Captain Kirk personally, but Scotty, but never mind. This scene is very iconic and very funny, but also raises an interesting question. Should we really interfere with history? So at first, my quick answer is maybe antibiotics, yeah, because so many people died because different infections that are today very easily can be treated by antibiotics. But then I realized that changing history is probably much more dangerous than we can imagine. So perhaps every technology belongs to its own time, and maybe the imperfections of historical materials are also part of our human history.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for your attention, for your presence here. I would like especially thanks to all speakers for their high quality and inspiring presentations. Sorry for minor technical difficulties. Please follow our YouTube channel, also our website. Soon there will be all recording of today's conference, I hope.
Most of it.
Yeah, and also I said it on the beginning of this conference that the proceeding of this conference will be also soon available on YouTube channel or on our websites. And regarding certificates, please be patient because our art director will prepare it and we will send you later by email these certificates. So our conference is over and thank you very much.